Okay, I am back. Sound check. I almost started on time today, but we're still good because it's 7 p.m. So we'll see how much post-unlock we can do. I've been very busy doing story beats behind the scenes here, and among other things. But anyway, I'm gonna have some fun with the story just to find out how many more characters from the game we're gonna revisit. Who knows? I'm gonna keep this short because I want to see the rest of this. I've been waiting for this. Also, a playthrough of Stellar Blade is gonna happen at some point. It's something that I can play, unlike Elden Ring, by comparison. So here we go. Let's see how much more of this. Let's see how much more of the story is gonna interest me. So, for those that are huge fans of this MMO, I made it to the Post-Endwalker part. We completed one dungeon, which came in a patch or something after the main story came out, and let's see how many more main characters we're gonna revisit. I've already done most of the side quests. The Alliance raids, they're all done, especially the normal raids. Those took forever, but we'll just enjoy the main story because that's all we have left besides the additional side content. I also did the Island Sanctuary as well, which can be a fun way to kill time. And the main hurdle that I'm trying to do right now is try to get these remaining jobs leveled up, which is the most important thing. But that's why I haven't touched a lot of the end game content so much, because this is like the main thing I'm trying to get done, along with the society quests. Anyway, Porsche. I have no clue who the bad guy is for Post-Endwalker this time. I thought we took care of it already by now, but I guess there is more to the story. We already did the normal raid story already, which was eh. And an Alliance raid was basically Greek mythology, but in this game. That was the only thing I can remember about it. But anyway, here we go. Where does the main story go from here? Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Okay. You are to visit Akyalian Yilimad, speak with Machia and his people, and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palakistan. I shall be conducting my own inquiries in the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. So far, we don't have to worry about the big bad guy yet. But we probably gotta deal with whichever bad guy is looming in the horizon. I thought Meteon was the worst of it, but I guess there's something else out there. Yeah, the Island Sanctuary is a decent alternative to having a house or apartment. Although you have to grind it. It's gonna take time to go through it. But hey, it's better than getting a house or apartment, which of course can cost millions of gil, and then you still have to take care of it. But I digress. Oh, so glad to see you return unarmed. You finished with the boat then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kazao's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. And we're going back to the town to see if we're gonna get any build-up to this. Again, a little bit of world building with these main quests here. I mean, if you go into any MMO, MMORPG, it's a huge time investment, so you're gonna have to make a critical decision. Either it's for you or it's not for you. Greetings and welcome! If this is your first visit, this NPC doesn't remember us. If this is your first visit to Thunder, then you must try Special Armor Lassie. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally, buy with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil. To few, I'm willing to go as low as even at 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Still not a profit these days. Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sister, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the few scant travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. Tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventure a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. Yes, it's like finding that treasure back in, what was it, Post-Stormblood, when we thought Xenos was dead, but not really dead, but whatever. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? Trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. And to that, the sailors we lost in the final days. And it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Khazal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure they'd found a way to turn fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done. God's rest his soul. Okay. Back to Razatan again. I wonder if we're going to get another crucial cutscene here. Who knows? It's more or less what would happen after an apocalypse. Except that thankfully this is not a zombie apocalypse. Speaking of zombie apocalypse, how do you conclude a story like that? Like, entirely. I don't think you'll ever do that. It seemed my stint in Vitrasback did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Hunnish local was thanking me profusely for saving their own. My advice is return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you train this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least. And there are few places it can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistans were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlimad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Pakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself have heard good news, and bad. The Corpsmen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Tamnir has been light, indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Yakali and Ilimad? Well, it's more or less okay. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch, which is I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlimad. I'm reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father, lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves to be overcome, but we will not. Stinian, I will consider it the perspectives you brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. Okay. I wonder who we're going to meet next.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzar's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Imagine if you can be evil in this game, but no. Taxes is terrible, but whatever. Yadulshir's orphanage was funded through trade in highly coveted goods.
Of course, we can draw on trading profits to build a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something with Khazal seems appropriate. Why not honor one of your most successful merchants?
A successful merchant? I believe I see thy reasoning. Khazal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavner, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor.
If only it was that simple, but yeah.
Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. I'm reminded of Ishgard.
Even swore it all over again, but differently. So, but what's the evil in the horizon that we're gonna deal with? Okay. Bridging the rift. Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You'll forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Yustola. She asked that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Yustola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say, then? I'll go with you. Oh, okay. I thought the Satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before I went assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Okay. Okay. So... Okay. Also, side note, I had to craft the gear for my tanks as well. Even though I used the old gear that I bought a long time ago, apparently I couldn't do alliance raids with it at level 19. Fun. So I had to upgrade it. For one who claims it is too late to save his sister, Beatrice seems awfully interested in whatever relations Yustola might have to share. Can we hear what your scholarly comrade has to say? Okay.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, The moment you were called to the First.
Back to Shadowbringers. Yeah, when we first went to Shadowbringers.
You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway.
Yeah, you remember.
Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the First. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many Voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the First. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Voidsent's physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the Gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the Source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the Source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Well, we did go through
Were
the
you not
museum.
listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
Sounds familiar.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the Cloud of Darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Okay. So much for taking it easy.
Since when were you one for the quiet life?
Well, not always, but you know.
Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands.
Jesus, how many times have you died now? Jesus.
That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
That camera angle. Jesus. Oh god, that camera angle.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daymir was overseeing the project.
Daymir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
So naturally, you got a lot of exposition here.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
I mean, Graha's favorite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Lots of exposition here.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves. I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Khalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
You can tell there's motion capture here. I mean, it's not...
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
We just defeated Meteon. I mean, how much bigger, how much a bigger problem can we face with anyway? Yeah, the VC dungeons, took care of them already. Not really keen on, you know, exploring them over and over again, but whatever. If we are to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scholar Montichane? He did come to Grad's defense during the inquiry, after all. This settled. Let us head to the phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Okay. 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 I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7, and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Dankred, as I recall. Soon after Master Loijo took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and particular education in the arts of espionage and survival. Oh, oops, I didn't read that. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Tea at the last stand after a day of lectures? Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright aerial halls of Acadia as one would get. But it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. Okay. Feels kind of fitting to come back here and everything is done. Yep, everything is done. Visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholar, but we were hoping you might help us secure the permission to enter Numenon's secret restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays to the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Well, we got a reason. After a long exposition of repeating what we just said. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Darmir has lain dormant in Charlemaagne's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void? That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two, if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason to present your request for the forum's consideration. Although, your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Froshinaut, of course. You can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Froshinaut on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we'll pay a visit to Liverler, stay and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider a personal favor if you might share me with the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager. So if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity... Of course, Scholar. We'll be sure to pass on any revelations. We probably will have a conversation with the Liverlers. Who knows? Okay. Feels good to have caught up with most of the important things. Feels nice. No need to look back on things. Doing one story quest for each of these jobs took hours. Just one quest. Ugh. Didn't realize it would take that long. But it's all in the past. Master Union Mistress Stoll, how may I be of service? We come to speak with Master Froshinaut. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Oh, we're not gonna have voiceovers here? Oh. No. Well, well, Emelians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. Do you have some matter of import to discuss? Well, you may proceed. You have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Montanich expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, we'll not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand their district archives are restricted for good reason. Yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend. A selfless hero crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from honor and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spent his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. There's no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue, all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones, spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you under the Belysian Annex. Okay. Okay. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlayan, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt that we owe you to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you into the archives was the least we could do in return. 'Tis this wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I'm sure you're aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be no repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye. But that very stoicism is exactly what Charlayan needed to guide it through not one, but 2 exoduses. Yep. If I were about 5 years younger, I'd cast aside my lectern and join you in your adventures in a heartbeat. Yeah, age. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up many numbers of schemes for getting my hands on these forbidden tombs. And now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Daimia's research notes, of course. But the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Restricted rating. You will be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. Do you want to speak with the index page when you arrive? It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you all for your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Okay, now we just gotta go on foot. Too bad there's no teleporter there, but could be worse. Feels nice to be at Endwalker after all these years. All we gotta do is go through Post-Endwalker and we are in Dawn Trail, finally. Okay. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Azadal Stir's exploits sooner, I could have well saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Okay. Okay. Our Kunish still in case identified. Do you wish to proceed directly to archives? Yes. Follow me if you will. Watch your step. Please note that the use of nickel is discouraged. Dramatic music. It's like we're going to a dungeon, but it's not. Okay.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
That same variation from a dungeon that I heard from the Gubal dungeon. Yep, it's the same song, but variations of it. On page 2. On page 2 past Jeremy. You see the notes. Oh, we just found it on the first try. We found it on our first try. Okay. Just luck. Something else to show me, do you? Apologies, I flipped open but a single book. I was completely absorbed by the contents. I wish I had stolen scholarness. I wish I did. We're gonna research long. Yeah. Well done. I think you may have found our prize. So, it's gonna take a while to go through the book.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
Now it's going to take time to read it.
Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard.
I believe we saw these in the Heavensward, Heavensward or is it A Realm Reborn Alliance raids. I don't think this was drawn by AI. I think this was obviously done by an artist. I respect that.
From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Damia went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
And that would take for who knows how long to go through. Reading all those books would take who knows how long. Here's has been added to the Unending Codex. A nice summary of, you know, with everything that we did. As much as I would love to start crafting Artemis, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hunnish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daimir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass our regards to the forum. Messages will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, it'll be here. Patron mode disabled, security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say return to Damnir and look for her at the Great Work. Okay. Okay. Yep, it's a lot of context. I mean, after all these years, we'll finally get a codex or a summary of the story they had so far. Instead of going on the internet. That's cool. All these sallow, stupefied faces, but their eyes still burn with fiery zeal. Some things never change. Lots of voice acting here at Post-Endwalker. Lots. Estella tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. Yes. I have no doubt you'll be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Well, ain't now. By the sisters, this is the mark of House Daimir. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in human restricted archives, after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tomb filled with forbidden research. And you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. Speaking of which, I haven't read a book in a long time. Do you think that Daimir has developing such marvelous techniques so long ago? How many innovations will have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Animus? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Daimir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlotte trembling their sandals? No alchemist of the Great Work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big mouth simulacrum once we're built it? Well, we have a purpose for that one. So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Adamus is to expand this hidden portal, then I'll need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. And by all means, accompany us to the vault. Plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlaine's markets provided the raw aquamarine and poor water crystals. But I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally-infused water. For such a liquid, you need no further than the Font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there is now known to live in the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. You'll be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Sure we'll be about it then? We'll be back here. And none. Okay. Yeah, a lot of exposition here. And I'm surprised the big evil has not loomed in yet. Speaking of which, no sign of Meteon at this point of the story. Imagine Meteon makes a sudden appearance with everything darkened. Classic. Yeah, still got the still haven't done the I haven't been crazy about the degree roulettes yet. But at least the Post-Endwalker thing is making me push through. And after that, we'll finally finish up the duty roulette. And hopefully get these last few jobs to level 100 finally. And after that, everything is not so bad. Okay. So, we have made some progress in this story. I'm surprised Mitian has not made an appearance yet. Or the rest of the gang, for that matter. I wonder how many characters want to make an appearance here in this Post-Endwalker story. So far we have done one dungeon, and I bet there's going to be, probably going to be a trial or a dungeon coming up eventually. Arconistola requested I join you, but of her plans she offers scant detail. Boy Mirad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Oh, I forgot to mention, the Phantomaya attracts aggressive wildlife. And you should watch out for them when you go the next time. My apologies. Do you have that flask for me? Yes. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you. Okay. Void Theory. Look who I came across. Stenia seemed in need of a diversion, and we in turn may have need of his lance. Right then, now that a little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will I have need of Machia's boat again? Not this time. Once Istola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akyali. Excellence ever the gracious host, shall we? Okay. 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 Man, if I can get all these jobs to level 100, then we're not behind on anything. But thankfully, these are already level 100. Honestly, I'm not even worried about the end game content. Because if you're not caught up with the main story, don't worry about them. At least the game gives you an option of stuff to do in the game, once you're caught up with everything. You need not keep your weapons close at hand. The Guardians will not attack if I am present, so I pray you leave them be. And all this time I thought the tales of Alzadal's horde were no more than drunken sailors' fancies. It's likely not needed with Vitra along, but I held them to the map against the chance we might return to the ruins. To the boat, if you please. We can chat on the way there. The ship is yours to command. Our thanks. We sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Alzadal's legacy. To see the truth of a legend with my own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. And just like that, we're back here again in an instant. I thought we cleared this place of construct the last time we came through. There seem a few stragglers remain. Poor Vitra. He really should have spoken to Stenia before he left. I shudder to think what would have cost him in terms of construct materials. He laid waste to them here, could have uttered a single word.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There is something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Say nothing and look meaningfully at Justinian. Justinian has nothing to say about this. Maybe send a familiar.
Very good. I see you've been paying attention.
Lucky guess.
As Vritra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
I don't think you have to guess.
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Water, water, froth and fire!
Okay, that was an interesting voice the voice actor just did there. Cool. Okay.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, God. For once, it's nice to see a little bit of sort of comic relief from this story. The main story. Hildebrand's a given. But here... yeah.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Ah, yes, those things from that Shadowbringers dungeon, was it? That's what I remember. He's disappointed?
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate.
For the first time, I see her being disappointed.
I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve us well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Front and foe.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Ah, yes.
Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
We need to wait for our time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient, keep watch for any intruders. Every time I come here, it reminds me of the dark portal above the Crystal Tower, and the final lash of Ajah's tail as she plunged into the void. Struggle to picture her still as a little girl. Easier to believe she sprang fully formed from one of Mastoya's cauldrons. Sister, save me. I'll never see Estola the same way again. Not in foam, indeed. Okay.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side. Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
Okay. If you can even reseal it at all. Can you even reseal it? No.
They're coming through!
Nothing we can deal with.
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Is it gonna go through? Oh, just like that, huh? Okay. Was worth the risk.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
Sometimes you gotta take a risk just before you find out the result.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
So far, yes.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. It was Elidibus, as I recall, who rescued Unakalhai's spirit from his final battlefield. But I wonder if there were others whom the emissary saved from oblivion.
Arber's companion, the Evelyn swordsman.
Silva, the adventurer who traveled with the Warriors of Light. And you say she was another of Elidibus's pawns? I see. So Ciela, or rather Silva, was beguiled by the same dreams of heroism as Una Kalhai. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
Yeah, we completed the normal raids.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could, if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
I hope this isn't unexpected foreshadowing.
We will see you back in the city then.
Even Justinian has his doubts based on that one expression. Seeing the Void's terror firsthand was an experience, but I doubt fear of such creatures is at the root of Vitra's hesitation. A satrap's duty. Once Nidhara succeeds in replicating the Mach Animus, this door into the 13 will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had a good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Ahem. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bear from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that it's a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemist who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Carl Nyworks. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironwork can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their Operation Regal's Reach and commission their best and brightest. So we're gonna have a reunion of some sorts with more voice acting? Who knows? Oh, we are quick traveling there. It's nice when the game actually does that for us instead of, you know, making us quick travel. I mean, it's needless. But I digress. Perhaps this young man can locate Sid for us. What brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid? Certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. Oh, no voiceovers. Not yet, at least. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the Void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after meet Tion and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. So there were signs of degradation? It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface. Much as the Void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be simply to prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how we might achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer than to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. Suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design, just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols, I swear. I never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be the ducking Jesse and your constant barrage of demands, while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidhana is getting on with the Mach Animus. Okay, back to the Great Works. Okay. Okay. The insatiable curiosity of our alchemists has ever amazed me, though I've largely left them to their own devices as we open the gate together. Company Hut has good news for us.
Ah, Estola! The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Al-Zadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos.
Okay.
I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
Cool.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Celestinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet,
Now you listen to me, Varshan. You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Touching. Even Estinian has a soft side for kids. Will you wallow in uncertainty forever?
You're saying I should seize this chance? Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them.
The irony.
If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
I hope this is not going to be unexpected foreshadowing, like in Heaven's Word. I think you know which one I'm talking about.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Yeah, the story beats were really rough in the beginning, to say the least. What? Someone need to give that boy a good talking to? Ugh, you don't suppose I'll do it, do you? Just yell at the satrap. Sometimes you just gotta do it. Consequences be damned. Convincing others to follow their hearts is not my forte. But I've gladly let our more philosophical comrades take the lead. But they've been here. We'll have the Atmos built before you know it. When a project like this comes along, we get our full and undivided attention. Sleep? Pah, who needs it? You need some sleep. Oh, that reminds me. I really should finish that other project I was working for His Excellency. You surprise me, Stenian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vitra reach its conclusion. 'Twas for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. One of your own answer, then. You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, as in the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratator's death. I would not wish such an agony upon a foe, let alone a friend, an ally. An ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vitra that pain, then I will follow you. Any other former signs we should call on? I don't rather bother our comrades without less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13 has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we had some manner of base camp near the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Okay. Yeah, so far it's a lot of exposition so far. Lots of exposition. Okay. I was put up in the guest room in the palace while I waited my audience with Vitra. I expect we'll give in the use of something similar. Conducting our expedition out the Rising Stones would raise just as many questions or recruiting too many science. At least here in Razadhan, we might be expected to appear road weary from our local explorations. Okay. And so we will require suitable accommodations when we make something available for our guests. All the chambers are presently hosting the great amounts of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can distribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search of Ajada. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. Gods only know how long explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidhana. If you have preparations to make here before you venture to the 13th, now is the time. Well, I'm thankful I did all the grinding and stuff like that already. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience. For you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. I think this is the end of the first patch where you get these MSQs here. Or I could be wrong. Who knows? That's a new name. Iriska, welcome. Meanwhile, in the 13th, that's a new name. Finally made it to Post-Endwalker here. Oh yeah, who's the big evil this time? We dealt with Meteon, we dealt with Xenos, and now who is this guy? Or who is this person? Who is this? Who is this? The footsteps remind me of Xenos, but I have a feeling this might be somebody else.
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
I have no clue who this villain is, if it is a villain. We are just getting, teasers at this point. Like, after dealing with Meteon and Endwalker, I can't imagine. But yeah, Iriska, that's a new name. Welcome aboard to this little show of mine here. Oh, that account was created 3 hours ago. But nevertheless, welcome aboard to this little show of ours. Yeah, so far, I think I spent like 1,700 hours into this MMO here. Probably the only MMORPG I'm going to be interested for the time being. Yeah, as you can probably imagine, I'm playing the PC version of this MMO. I know there are consoles, but yeah, I already put in so much time and effort into this game so far. I haven't had the chance to do the duty roulette yet to finish the final push to getting all these jobs to level 100. Although I've already done my crafting and getting to level 100 already. Also, all the society relations between Arimu with the Shadowbringers are done. Yep, I did them all. That took a lot of time. And now I'm just doing Endwalker now. So if I made it this part. If I'm gonna be completely honest here, I don't recommend streaming personally. I know everything is oversaturated, but I don't follow what is trending anymore. I just do what I think is, I just do what I think is nice. I just do what I think is gonna work for me. I mean, it's no different that you it's. I know you gotta do what you need to do, like say a TV show or movie, what you're being directed to. But in this entertainment medium, I don't follow what's trending and stuff like that. In fact, Iriska, if I want to give you an example, I finally did a reaction video. I'm no stranger to knowing reaction videos, and I never considered doing one personally. But I used to be a fan of Dragon Age, that BioWare franchise for over 10 years. And when I heard what they did with the newest game, it was a complete 180 to what I know of Dragon Age when it first came out. It's not surprising to know that the original makers or the creative people that used to work on Dragon Age are not at BioWare anymore. And they decided to make a complete butchery, if you will, with Dragon Age Veilguard. Also, I don't know if you can hear it, but I got a fan going in the background here. Hopefully it doesn't disrupt the microphone here that I got on the left side here. It's just to help me keep myself cool. Unless you got AC or something directly in front of you, it can get very hot. Because I got the light sources here, got the green screen behind me, and the computer right below me. So, but I went into this game with a complete gamble because I didn't know if I was gonna like this or like MMOs in general. But it took me around 1,000 hours or so just to get used to the MMO features. I did not look up any YouTube videos on how to play an MMO. I just played the game and I eventually put the 2 and 2 together. I'm happy, and I eventually got used to it. In Search of Ajdaya. This is probably the next patch that came out. And then you get this share of MSQs here. But anyway, here we go. Varshan, here we go. I guess we got another trial or a dungeon. Who knows? Ah, excellent timing. Just a month ago, I received word from the Ironworks. They have completed their task and are on their way with the reinforced warding scales. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial animus. All is in readiness for a journey to the void. I've instructed our comrades to gather the great work. Let's head there at once. So... okay. So I guess we have either a trial or a dungeon. Who knows? Okay. Our comrades are here, but the Ironworks people have yet to arrive. Yes, they will arrive here. The dust create a void scent, and each alchemists are as clever as they are bold. There you are. I will present to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial animus. To have yet to put it to the proof, its ether is practically identical to that of the original. A truly remarkable feat in so short a time. Our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Razadhan. I would express my gratitude to Nidhana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed off after bringing the items to attend to a pressing task, but said that she would return here, we set forth. We should be shortly after our friends from the Unworks arrive with the warding scales. Did someone say warding scales? Because it just so happens we have them. Right on cue. It's good to see you all again. But for the President himself to attend. Keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? You know I am. I was there at the Crystal Tower, lest you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You don't mind if you come along and see you off, I hope. It's thanks to these three that we could finish the work so quickly. It was my painstaking collected data that made the reinforcement possible. The scales will last a good 10 years in the void with nary a hint of degradation. As the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we're guaranteed their quality as well. They'll keep you safe. But enough bragging, here are the scales. With these, you can search for my sister without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you. Don't mention it. Garsamir came to our rescue in the rift. It's the least we can do to help his children. Thank you. Now, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure. Wait. Okay. How does all the matter? Before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Will you please come with me? You will not delay us without good cause. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a moment. Okay. He's certainly taking his time. What sort of grand present could take so long to receive? The kind that'll help him in the void, I presume. In a godforsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get. But you of all people ought to know that, eh? Later... Much later... Sometimes the game surprises us with voice acting all of a sudden after a couple of loading screens.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
So you've aged.
Indeed. This vessel now serves as a host for my eye. I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both. 'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
There is no to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use. Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Voidsent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass.
And you can pass on
So-
that training to other people.
Think only of your mission, Vashan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Vashan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Vashan. And best of luck.
I have something for you as well. While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit. As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Alzadar's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loperids. Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault. As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger. Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon. The Loperids no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Heidelin's gift than her chosen champion?
Is Meteon gonna be with us for this? That'd be nice, but I don't know. I mean, it would be nice to Meteon to appear again, but I don't know. I'm just sound selfish, but
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
Imagine if Meteon makes another appearance after the main credits. If Meteon becomes a character that can help us in the adventure, that'd be an interesting redemption story on the side. But I don't know. The satrap and your fellows have already departed for the vault. Ready to set forth? Yep. Okay, where is the food that we gotta eat? I must say, beginning to feel nervous. It's not only us cheering you on, but the alchemist of old too. You couldn't possibly fail. An undersea vault guarded by alchemical sentries. Such a place would be an ideal proving ground for new creations. Good gods, but the treasure's here. If I were a thief, I would notice the void gate if it came and bit me in the rear. Like us, the alchemists have tremendous passion for their work. If we were to collaborate, I reckon we could achieve some great things. My research into cross-rift travel. This is a moment of truth. For all those who helped us come this far, let us pray we succeed. They've upgraded the Vault's guardians to contend with Void Scent, a task which was made easier by the surplus of broken units. One could argue that I did them a favor.
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Al-Zadar III, I cast open this door unto the void!
I'm surprised the seal is that strong. Well...
Go. Absorb the Void Gate.
Nice.
It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ajdaya.
I don't know if the sister is even alive, but at least there will be some closure. I hope that's not bad foreshadowing, I'm just saying. I hope this is not terrible foreshadowing. The main Endwalker story was relatively straightforward. You try to do something a little different at the end there, but it was kind of predictable. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we're gonna do this. Let's see what kind of a dungeon we're gonna do this time. I imagine after a certain patch, they get to do this right off the bat. Cool. I wonder how long it took them to patch. But yeah, it's pretty cool. In the worst case scenario, I'll probably queue for this dungeon personally, as either as a healer or as a tank or something, just to get some XP. I already got my Astro to level 93, so probably a paladin is gonna be good to get some XP, which I'm conveniently wearing right now. Oh yeah, I mean, sure you can do dungeon runs with duty support, which is a nice option if you don't want to go for the queue times. But I think it's best to do it when you're with human players. Yeah, I did ask if anybody from the Free Company I'm part of wants to join in for Poetics, because I'm doing this for the first time. But I guess I'll be doing this with as my tank. Yeah, I'm not gonna wait forever. I want to see the rest of this story here. Cool. Okay. Let's do it. I hope the queue's not gonna take too long. Okay. Nice. That didn't take very long. That didn't take very long. Oh yeah, we're doing this traveling through the void story again. So, what kind of hell we just stepped ourselves into? Okay. Whatever the hell this place is. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we've gotten all this. We've gotten all this story about something evil here. I don't know what this is gonna be about, but we're about to find out soon, I guess. Beatrice? Okay, this is different. We got... This is different. I say that phrase a lot, but... So you gotta defeat little minions. Okay. More. Okay. This is different. Yeah, this is different. You just gotta kill everything until you can proceed. Is there more? Okay. And here we go, the actual boss. Okay. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Yep. Yep, the lighting. No, I'm just thinking too much. Never played that Castlevania game. I've only seen what it looks like. Maybe I'm just overthinking. That was our first mini boss. Okay. This kind of reminds me of that Outrealm Reborn dungeon, but this is not the same place. Okay. Okay. Never mind. I thought this room looks familiar. Never mind. Okay. Okay. So Beatrice is here for the second time. No. Okay. Something tells me there's more to this boss if he already took him down this much health already. Okay. Okay. Already down to this much health? There must be more to this. Okay. Yeah, there must be more to this. Okay. I don't need it. That's okay. Okay, what now? Yep, that. Okay. Okay. So, what kind of a relation are we gonna get from the story here? Is there something more to this evil? No. More bad guys? No? Okay. I do like the look of those little, whatever those round things are called again. I've already forgotten. And who's the final boss we're gonna deal with? Beatrice again?
So the gate did open again and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels.
Oh. It's the same
I'm
voice actor.
Scarmilione, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's Circle of Four. Such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your graves.
Okay.
Your ether is mine!
Okay. This is the same music from the. This is the same voice actor, or the same music from that Hildebrand trial. Yeah.
Breathe deep of your death! You must die!
Okay.
My blade thirsts for blood.
Every dungeon boss ever. Okay. Okay.
Protect me, my minions!
Okay. Okay.
I give you a taste of true despair!
Ow.
Stubborn mortals! Come, fill your lungs. No, I will not be defeated by you!
Okay. Ow. Okay, this is relatively straightforward. Not too bad. Yeah, that was straightforward.
Yes!
I don't think that's the bad guy we gotta worry about. There's someone else. Okay. So.
This Scarmilione, he knew the gate had opened.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent. Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do? Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I mean, we have dealt with so many bad guys at this point. I mean, what are these guys gonna try to do?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
If that's even possible. Well, let's really caution, pick up what we can. I mean, who knows? Maybe this will be straightforward or not.
Sage advice, my friend. 'Tis reassuring to have one so experienced with us.
I mean, how many times you gotta save the world from ending at this point? So, no talking? What?
I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
And we just walk away? Like that? Or is there more? Buried memory. Oh, so there's a story to this. Okay. Last time I saw that was on the normal raid series, so there must be something more to this. I never dreamed I would come this far. Thank you all enough for your cooperation. It seems the minions are keeping their distance for now. Let's carry on. This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. Ere we set our sights elsewhere, let's see what there is to learn here. From this point onward, you will not encounter ethers for a while. Okay. Wherever I turn, there's darkness as far as I can perceive. The only source of light here is ourselves. The opposite was true in the first. Seems the minions are content to gawk for now. Let's carry on. Shadowed remnants. The warning scale exhibits no change. It should be safe to remain here and begin our search. But whither now? I would sense Ajaya was she remotely near, but there is nothing. Might you not call to her? Let her know that you have come. Alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. For that, I require my true form. And even where possible, a dragon's call is born upon ether. It is liable to draw more void sent to us. Let's see. In any case, there's little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolated isle. I propose begin by learning what we can from the castle's occupants. An understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well, let's hope for a few of them are capable of speech. Well, for once, they'll remain vigilant while we go about their inquiries. Reconvene afterwards. Well, I don't think it's the first time we've had to do something like this. I think there was a level 80 Alliance raid where you could do some story beats in a dungeon. So... okay. This one does not but stare. Nothing. Some seem willing enough to converse. Whether they have the ability to do so is another matter. What enticing ether you have. Give me some, give me some. Oh, if only I were stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Fine, I'll find someone else to eat. Like the prevailing tongue in Norvrant, the language of this world bears a resemblance to our own. Maybe assumed that they share a common ancestor. The mistress' eyes are beauteous, sublime. The bask in her gaze is bliss. But now she's gone. Never again will I feel her gaze. No mistress, no orders. What am I to do now? What am I to do now? And finally... Serve, I obey. Please don't eat me. Okay. Dragon? What's that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. Don't know about anything. But the one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them in the dungeon, but clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already. Okay. For once we backtrack. Or not. Okay. Nothing so far. I had nothing to share, while those I approached had no will to fight. Neither were they capable of holding a conversation worth the name. My experience was much the same. Lower-rung Voidsent tend to have lower intelligence, would seem. A pity Scarmelian is dead. He was talkative, at least. But if you... Well, we got something in the dungeon. A clever Voidsent in a dungeon. That would be the area in which we emerged. Indeed. Let's take ourselves back there and find this Voidsent. Preferably before his fellows make a meal of it. Who knows? To the dungeon, then. Okay. Yep, we gotta backtrack. Okay. Can't survive with someone given to give me ether. Where will I find a new master? Okay. I don't know why. Couldn't we just teleport to the very beginning? Yeah, at least it's not a long walk, at least. I mean, it could be worse. Right, we caught our weakened dungeon before being served up to the mistress. Tenderizing, she called it. And that's the way she used to like it. Well, for once, we are not having to deal with threats. Okay. So, yeah, back to the beginning. Our Trojan guard dog. Okay. The last time I did something like this was that Alliance raid in Shadowbringers. That's it. Man, if only there was a quick travel option, but could be worse. So there's only one dungeon here. We call it the fort, the mistress's orders. But the mistress is gone, and her orders with her. Rats can infest this castle for all I care. Okay. Trojan Galler. No one comes and goes from this dungeon without permission. For you, though, I'll make an exception. Go on, go. I mislike the feel of this. Stay on your guard. There appears to be someone within. Could this be the clever void scent? Hmm.
You are the friend.
Wait. I don't remember that part. Didn't you fade away when Xenos fell?
Xenos? The disgraced prince you yourself laid low?
Yeah.
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald. When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Xenos.
Yeah.
Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
What's this about? I like the lighting here.
Is that Heidelin's crystal?
Why now, of all things? Why now? Is that who I think it is?
But how? The light just now. Of course. And thus I am returned.
Who are you?
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
Everyone's thoughts, exactly.
I was once bound to the man named Xenos.
And he's dead now. I hope he's dead. Or they're gonna find another way to revive him. Like they did with, what was his name in Star Wars? They brought back the Emperor. Somehow. Anyway, I digress.
His avatar. Until you killed him.
Yes.
Avatar, as in the Void-sent servants of Reapers. In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the Void to lend him strength.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement.
Oh.
My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
That explains the power, I guess.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then.
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Well, what is your name?
Indeed, it doesn't.
What is your name? Or do you even have a name?
Regardless of your form, you are a void sent by nature. So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
Now, you will answer me a question.
Yes.
Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
Not to you, at least not yet.
So, you're not a friend. Then... what is it? What is a friend?
Well, the plot thickens. Is there something more? Yep. There's something. Yep, there's still some evil we gotta deal with in here. Whatever that is. I assume the dungeon was reserved for those who intended for the mistress's consumption. It's fortunate that we came here when we did. Fateful, even. When I served Xenos, my mind was shrouded in haze. But one thing was always clear. His obsession with the friend. What the word means, I do not know exactly. I only know that it referred to you, that yours was an important existence. Xenos' avatar, eh? What are the odds? Still know little about her, but for now I'm glad we found someone who can do more than moan for ether. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. Seems different from other Void Sent, at least those we've met. The change we witnessed, I suspect, is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. We're very keen to hear what she can tell us about herself and about her world. Yeah, the plot continues to thicken here. Where everything begins. Okay. So, I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it that you're after? We were looking for a void set with whom we could converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world, and know little and less of its workings and ways. We would gratefully could tell us about it. About yourself. So it's information you seek. What do you offer for it? I beg your pardon? Void Sent do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That is the sole rule in this world you call the Void. That makes sense. Pray forgive our ignorance, but what would be acceptable as payment? I suspect that such coin as we carry has no value here. Void Sent crave one thing alone, ether. In return for information, I offer you mine. Just not all of it, mind you. I still have need of my life. Very well, I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. Then we have a bargain. If you guys are talking about the void, let's do so outside. Get with me. Okay, so the first dungeon. So entering the dungeon gives us 5,000 gil. This one gives us 3,000 for some reason. Wouldn't surprise me if there was a trial or something that we gotta do. Yeah, this is a great looking visual of the place. The artist definitely did a good job, you know, showing it off. You needn't worry for me. My life force is a small price to pay for our knowledge, and I will recover it quickly enough once we return home. Cannot allow Istolo to bear the burden alone. When next the opportunity arises, I will offer my own either. Their one rule is no different from that many in our own world. It's those like Alpinode who are a rare breed.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the void. There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, void-sent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin-eaters, darkness begat void-sent.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void-sent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void-sent, but only in part. The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb. As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry. I realize, too, that I have neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me void-sent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
Then call me what you will. I care not.
How about 0?
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
As I said, I care not. 0 then.
Here's the fruitful partnership, or I think it's a nice name. Here's the fruitful partnership.
Partnership? Are you saying you wish to strike a bargain?
Not exactly.
Well, Zero, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ashdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us.
This reminds me of the Hildebrand. Reminds me of the Hildebrand side story, where this one character just keeps watching and nobody seems to mind. This kind of reminds me of that.
Did you say something?
We're being watched.
No.
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of void scent, perhaps.
We're being watched. No one else seems to be nearby. Perhaps it was just a trick of the wind. Not as out of the ordinary, I should like to hear more from Zero. Can't imagine there are many part Voidstone like I remember the world as it was. Well, I'm actually interested to see more of the story right now, and it's a good thing we did start as early as we could. Let's see where this is going. We may have subdued the Voidsent here, but I doubt they'll remain that way. Remain vigilant. Beginning. A curious notion in a world where all has come to an end. That's depression, unfortunately. I must say, we are rather exposed here. Perhaps you should continue the conversation within the castle. The throne room is defensible, given its few points of ingress. Let's head back there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I expect my payment promptly. You shall have it soon as we are arrived. Okay. 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 Oh, of course we gotta walk all the way. Yep. We gotta go walk all the way back. Okay, I didn't notice the artwork finally. That's the mistress, I guess, before everything fell apart. Okay. I usually don't pay attention to the backgrounds that much in dungeons, but we have the game makes us spend some time here, so sure. Okay. So, what kind of revelations are we gonna get here? We actually have an instance battle. Okay, we're gonna do this as a warrior. Should be okay, I guess. All appears unchanged here. I feel eyes on us. Stay alert. I'll see to the payment, and then we may ask Zero what she knows about Aja. I don't think this is gonna be that straightforward. Okay, well, at least we are starting this early. We got time. What's this about?
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Of course.
Very well.
There it is.
You're mine! That I should miss my mark.
And you're back. Fun.
That fiend again? But we struck it down. Watched it die.
Let me guess, there's more of them. Lovely.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Just like Disney and its writers.
Death doesn't exist.
Of course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
So unless one's essence is absorbed by another, it is possible to return again and again.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's. My mouth waters at the memory.
Here we go. Finally, some plot progression.
What?
I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Ye drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger. We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come, struggle with all your might. It will make you that much richer and tastier.
Thanks so much, Xenos wannabe. Boy.
Every soul in this domain serves me now. Come, feast upon their flesh.
Yeah.
The castle answers his call. We'd do well to break up this feast quickly.
Then let's see these guests on their way.
Okay.
Down with you!
What's next on this
Behold
stuff?
the power of the Archfiend of Earth!
Okay, just do it again.
He hastens their regeneration.
We are deathless!
Just like Xenos once was.
You cannot defeat that which cannot die!
Okay.
Struggle and slaughter all you
This bodes ill.
At least this is not like a Blue Mage boss fight.
great an advantage.
We need to drag him out of this damnable feast. Quickly, stand together!
Okay. Okay.
There's no end in sight. A retreat may be in order.
Yeah.
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
So, how do we defeat them?
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
Cute.
A name for which I did not ask. But that I nevertheless did accept.
They've been crystallized.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Only she seems to be able to do that. Makes sense. So she's a Reaper, like, thing. A Reaper, like, being, I guess. Nice.
Satisfied?
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Magic.
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine.
Yeah. For the final time.
However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
I don't know how big of a
She
character.
can turn void scent into crystal.
What is this power?
You will tremble before my truth strength.
Attend to the minions first. Be gone!
Only she can do that. Poor thing. Here, this makes sense. This is not a girl boss moment.
Got you!
Trickery will not fail.
Reinforcements!
This will hurt.
Impressive! Gotcha!
Okay. This part of the story is entertaining.
Enough! Enough!
Okay. Is this thing finally gonna get defeated?
We must help her!
Okay.
Another debt to repay.
I must deal with you first. I'll kill you all myself!
Very cartoonish villain we have here.
Finally getting serious, are we? Very well. Let us return the favor.
Okay.
This place will be your grave!
Magic! We must stop him now!
Everyone, to me! Down with you!
Team effort.
Give it everything you've got!
This is a fun battle. That's it. So what now? What now?
Fools! Do not think you have defeated me. I will return again and again!
Spare me.
What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this? To seal ether in crystal. Memoria. But how? How can you have this power? Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet... Ah, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
Flashback time again. So...
You are welcome, seekers of might. I, Golbez, have called you forth hither. I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade, that I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the crew's gift? In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
Is that who I think it is?
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my 4 arch-fiends. As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether. just as well. The creature may yet serve other ends.
I'm surprised the dragon is still alive. Or not, I don't know.
Are you all right?
We got a problem. We got a problem.
The Void Scent's essence remains, but it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scarmelione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I received my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust. Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
Oh yes, and we got a problem. Big one.
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya.
We don't even know if it's Asdaya at all. Who know, or maybe similar. Who knows?
Even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
There is nothing like the ether of a living mortal. I haven't felt so satisfied since my return. We vanquished one of Golbez's archfiends, but 3 remain. As troublesome as this one, I expect. If Golbez has Ajay's mercy, then we must find him. Hopefully Zero's knowledge that will aid us in our search. In light of our recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer some few of them. We should still be owed at least that much, I dare say. Groping in the dark. You know, you come to the 13th before? Yes, you fought Void Scent here. Clearly you didn't know they could regenerate, else you would have shared that detail beforehand. They seemed to stay dead at the time, yes. I doubt not that they did. There must be a reason why the ones you defeated did not return, in contravention of the natural order. Do you remember Out of the Ordinary? Sealing magic like Zero's, perhaps? There are circumstances in which we are unable to return. If you like, I can tell you about this. Please do. The more you devour, the more powerful you grow. But in the process, your essence is blended with those of your prey. If you were to lose your flesh, the souls you had come to harbor may break free and coalesce into distinct Void Scent once more. And before you yourself return, Your own soul might be devoured by your enemies or your erstwhile prey. A fate more likely for stronger beings, who require more time to regenerate. However, even assuming you survived the process, it's highly uncommon to return as you were. Yet despite his greater strength, Scarmelian managed to resurrect Ether swiftly. Are there others capable of the same? Not that I'm aware of. His attachments to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. I believe you understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. If I may, I would ask about your power. Will you tell us about it? What you saw should speak for itself. I combine the ether of the soul and crystal. Many wielded this power during the Kota Memoria, but I'm the only one left. I am told that heroes of the 13 once sealed gods in stones called Arasite. Are they and Memoria one and the same? Arasite. I do not know this word, but the world is vast, and perhaps Memoria had different names elsewhere. But it does sound quite similar. How does one come to wield Memoria? What happened to your peers? Never thought about that. I do know, though, that Void Saint can't use the power. I assume I can because I'm mortal in part. I see. Zero, I wish to ask you about the man called Golbez. He may well have my sister in his clutches. Is there aught you can tell us of him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, though I can't say how I know it. If he is powerful, however, someone in the castle may have heard of him. They must try talking to that voice again. Let us entrust the task, his echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, he should be able to maintain his composure better than a concerned sibling. That I cannot deny. Gimme, but will you not ask about Golbez in my stead? On the terraces to begin with, perhaps. Shall remain here and discuss what avenues might be pursued in the meantime. Oh. Yeah, I mean, there's only so many things you can do to tell a story here in an MO aspect. Talk to a couple of NPCs. Most of the time 3, but I digress. Scarmelian 2 appears surprised by Zero's power. As she says, it must be a lost art. This makes her invaluable to our cause, far more than someone who can simply communicate. So with this echo of yours, you can see into the past. Interesting. Those memories may as well be all that remains of it, though. Everything and everyone was warped by darkness. However a story may appear, this castle is simply the product of its mistress's mind. I know what it feels like to have my essence blended with that of another. Yet tumultuous though it was only one worm's soul. To be bound to scores of others over thousands of years sounds horrible. According to your revision, Golbez recruited his champions and raised an army by offering a dragon's ether in exchange. Whatever his crusade, it's unconscionable to use a dragon's life force as a fodder. He will answer for his deeds. So we can actually use our mount now. Okay. So we're gonna talk to these guys again. So the clever one hadn't been eaten. No one wants it then perhaps. Golbez? Of course I know of him. Only a fool without ears wouldn't. His archfiends lead armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless. Those who can't fight. They who don't want to be eaten, then you'd better flee. Though soon there will be nowhere to run. Okay. If the one who devoured her dies, perhaps the mistress return. Then may bask in her gaze again. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the archfiends. They are very powerful and have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us defend the castle from them. Yes. Yes, she did. Okay, so that's the big evil in this story. The tasty one returns to tempt me. I mustn't eat you, I must eat you. Golbez. I know of him from those I've eaten. He has minions. Those minions have minions. No one ever sees him. Okay. Well, I don't know how much longer this store is going to go, but yeah, let's see if we can get on with it, because it's not easy to come back here. I mean, it is easy, but man, you gotta travel. Welcome back. Were you able to learn all the value? Sorta. So countless voids sent ardent to search to the Archfiends, who in turn answer to Golbez, as your vision did suggest. Vermilion's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the Archfiends conquer other domains. The question is, how do we reach Golbez if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? We could target his other Archfiends, or perhaps those who have fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we can't do much while we're stuck on this isle. Zero, I would ask a favor of you. I am determined to save my sister Azdia. If there's even a faint possibility that Golbez has her, then I must find him. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on our quest? Forgotten the way of my world already? If you want help, offer payment. None here will aid you out of the kindness of their hearts. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this a less request than more threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? I don't think the first option is good. Surely you must desire something. Name it. Yeah, something. I have no purpose. Why would I desire anything? That's why I didn't bother to resist when the ones here fell upon me. What matters in the world that's already dead? By that logic, you have no reason to refuse our requests. The payment need but be to your satisfaction, correct? Did I not already say as much from the start? Very well, Zero. I propose you travel with us, and whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it you need to. That's all you had to say. Everything else was superfluous. Fair point, where to now? Either a place the Archfiends may strike next, or refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary. I know the latter. I'll take you there. I assume you also know how we could get off this isle? I was brought here in a mount. We can leave the same way. Now that you mention it, I did notice some flying creatures near the terraces. Given the numbers, we're only the large one, but regardless of size, all can be won over if we need to. Excellent, let's go find our mount at once. Okay. And who's watching us this time? Is our next bad guy? Not good. Lord good, am I supposed to hear of this? Oh, of course. In a cartoonish way, in a very cartoonish way, we are being sneaked on. Of course. Post-Endwalker, we have a different story to deal with. Sure. Zero will best know how to handle the creatures. Let us watch and learn. Were I here in my true form, I would be able to carry you all. Even were it possible to so enlarge the gate, the risk would be too great. Not all voids that can fly. Stand to reason that some would be made to serve as mounts. We should be able to find a mount here. The castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little ether should suffice. Are you ready? Okay.
There it is. Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
Okay.
What is this place?
My domain. In the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone. But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs?
What's that?
Mortals! They're mortals!
What's in thy sleeper? Let me have some, let me have some! Not fair. I don't want to be.
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
For once, for once is Zero gonna show emotion? Who knows? There's quite a gathering of voice sent. I pray one among them is the knowledge we seek. The longer one lives, the more one yearns for peace. Understand why some would sequester themselves here. They said that a person's domain is a reflection of what abides in their heart. True, this place may offer a glimpse into Zero's past. This is my abode. The others won't come near, so you may be at ease. While they know their place is tantalizing ether were to walk by, I can't guarantee they wouldn't pounce. It is the Void Saint's nature to consume, their sole purpose. Even if the pursuit of ether may lead to their undoing, many succumb to instinct. But any who will succumb here will have to answer to me. This is my domain's one and only rule, and it is absolute. Nowhere to run. Yeah. Consider yourselves duly warned. You wish to go among the Void Sent here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one master or another. But whether any of those masters in turn serve Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Most have traveled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. You shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we've learned all we can, let us reconvene at yonder plaza. You're going too, of course. In which case, I shall accompany you. I wish only to observe. Do not expect me to help. It's settled. I'm ready when you are. Heading lead the way. I call this my abode, but spend hardly any time here. I return only for meditation. While physical wounds can be healed by replenishing one's ether, you can't preserve your form if you lose sight of yourself. Such is the risk inherent in consuming another soul. It dilutes your sense of yourself, alters you inside and out. To guard against this, I meditate. Visualize who I am, in a place all my own. Okay? This is the heart of my domain. Normally it's deserted, but you and yours have drawn everyone out. I don't recall this statue, though. However it came to be here, I certainly didn't wish for it. Okay. You're one of the mortals. Is it true? When you die over there, you really die? So it is, so it is. What brings you here, then? Well. Ah, yes, Golbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. But recently he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all. Perhaps he's got enough fodder and is now instead on bolstering his own strength. A sure sign that he's about to make a move. Yes. Stay away from me. We don't want to be eaten. Stay away. Golbez. I've heard the name before. I remember. Always speaking of a great crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. Crusade, you say? From whom did you hear this? Farfavello. He was a minion of another minion. Went on and on about the terrible things he saw. Let's see. Perhaps Farfavello could tell us more. Okay. Okay. Walk around with her like that. You're her minion, then. You know I don't take minions. You have some questions and I want you to answer them. Golbez. I don't know that one. Only Skatka. When she led us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. I've been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you. Skatka was a powerful voicing who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago, though, so I doubt she has any connection to Golbez. Satisfied with what you learned? Let's step away before you become too tempting to resist. Okay. Seems the rumors of Golbez reach even my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say this. I wouldn't have guessed that Farfavello once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle survived serving an archfiend. I suppose I should explain. Farfavello is the weakest among us, constantly in fear of being devoured. seldom consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Ciriato. He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat, and won't stop until he's exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's ether. Such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfavello, I presume. And I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way. Meanwhile, elsewhere...
Not only did the mortals conquer Troy, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it. They're very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal. Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's a word I've not heard for an age. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye. If the very notion wasn't absurd! Drifting ungone, drowned in darkness, as were we all.
And yet Scarmalione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Galvez. I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
The insolence! No place!
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
I think we know where this
Upon
is
this
going.
flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Where have I heard this before? Oh, a Realm Reborn finale.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
Yep, one has been destroyed, there's 3 left. Raffaello keeps to the fringes of my domain. This way. The voids in here don't answer to a master. They can do as they please. But all we must answer to the hunger, and seek out prey when they need ether. Except for Raffaello and Ciriato, that is. They are content to take one from another. Barring an incident, they dare not venture out. When he takes flight, Ciriato will not seek shelter until he's utterly spent. Raffaello, on the other hand, prefers to hide in the same place. Come. Was in order to strike down the cloud of darkness that my sister crossed over into the void. What befell after she vanished into the gate? How did she become Golbez's captive? These things and more. To learn. Oh, whatever I'll do now. Seattle, this is rather unexpected. Where is Farfarello? Seattle. Oh. Farfarello isn't here anymore. He's left. Yes, that's right. Left? That doesn't sound like him at all. Well, he's gone, alright? What do you want me to say? And off he flees, as he is wont to do. But something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of Ciara's behavior? Suspicious? Seems frightened. Perhaps someone threatened him? I doubt it. Had he been threatened, we wouldn't have found him in one place. No. He would run in circles until he could run no more. That's his nature. As he says, Farfarello's gone, but that is quite unusual. As the fact that Ciriato was clearly frightened by something, chose not to flee, but instead hid here. Where Farfarello usually... No. We must go after Ciriato. Now. Okay. Ciriato, we need to talk. There's no time. The wind rises. We must flee. The wind rises. What are you talking about? After him. The Voidson is too weak to create its own domain. It must join with others for protection. Alternately, it might devour them in a bid to become stronger. In so doing, risk losing its sense of self. It's an enviable struggle. Okay. What's gotten to you? What do you mean? The wind rises. When the wind rises, she comes. Barbaricia. Barbaricia? Who in the world is that? We must flee. All of us. There's no time. Okay. I don't sense anything, but he seems convinced. It's a dead end beyond. We'll corner him. Okay. Dude, there's nowhere to run. What are you running from? I already told you. Barbaricia, the Archfiend of Wind. Yep. Archfiend, you say? We'll be devoured or forced to serve. To find the crusade, but it makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her or her enemies. I didn't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. I see. That explains everything. Almost. I thought it was Raffaello who used to serve an archfiend, not you. Not you, who always ran at the first sign of trouble. You who now speaks as though you're a Barbaricia's minion. There's only one explanation. He devoured Raffaello, didn't he? Indeed. That would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So, is that the way of it? Did you devour Raffaello? And not just a portion of his ether, but his entire being? How did you know? It wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange. As if there was more than you present. Now, I don't believe you had lost control. More likely, it was at Farfarello's behest. Can't hide anything from you. I admit it. Farfarello didn't leave. I ate him. He feared Barbaricia more than anything. Hated the endless fighting. So he begged me to devour him. and that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain.
The good it did, I can see his voice in my head. He's frightened, so very frightened.
When you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer. And though you have no control, your consciousness in part endures. Were this a world where the wheel of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the great flow. But there's no such end here. No escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfalla must have been desperate indeed. And now that desperation is joined with Siratu's fear, driving him to act erratically. This place will become a battlefield. We don't want to be eaten. Neither me nor Farfalla. There's nowhere to go. Nowhere. Then tell me about Barisha. I would know who it is we face. It's too late. She's as good as here. No one can escape her winds. No one.
Barisha! She has come!
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
I can't bear it! Eating and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
One of the Archfiend's approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
She's here.
Okay.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
So you're Barbaricia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken save in reverence and fear.
Of course.
And what is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery.
Lovely. Now it's getting personal.
Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell?
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say?
You should know.
Huh. My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live that it might lure more prey to us.
Oh, oh dear. I don't think you realize, you know what you're doing, but you don't know who you are dealing with, unfortunately.
Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Great.
Where is she? Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
We just dealt with the final days and countless other things. I doubt this is gonna be difficult. Imagine if Mithya makes an appearance. Yeah, you know what you're doing, but you don't know who you are dealing with.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine.
Again, you know what you are doing, just you don't know who you're dealing with here. Which is a darn shame.
If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain.
Oh.
You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
Of course.
What's the plan then?
If you go, we'd be playing into her hands.
Aye, that we would. Even so, we don't have any intention of turning tail now, do we?
Nope. Don't have any options.
We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment.
In other words,
Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it.
okay.
So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Barbariccia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
I have no intention of demanding anyone's ether until afterwards. Weakening you now would only reduce my chance of getting paid. Just you wait, Barbariccia. We'll have answers from you yet. What little I learned in your absence did not pertain to the Archfiends. That discussion can wait until after we tended to Barbariccia. The less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. When he's ready, then let us set forth. Indeed. And yet, my heart weighs heavy for those Barbariccia struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have come here. Should you require a moment, Zero? For what? Barbariccia took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be. Agreed, this is no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now. The wind rises. A word of warning. Barbariccia spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her. But even assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an Archfiend a second chance. Best to seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the memorial will suffice. I'll try, but I make no guarantees. You do that, and if you fail, well, you just have to search elsewhere for answers. Rest assured, this won't be our last opportunity to learn about Ajay. If another Archfiend were to fall, Golbez would surely be compelled to respond. We need only wait for our quarry to come to us. Indeed. If our circles with Scarmillion taught us not, it is that we must hold nothing back when facing an Archfiend. Let us heed Zero's advice and seal our way at the earliest opportunity. If you're all in agreement, then let's be off. We travel by Nisrock. To transform a Void Scent into Memoria, we must first drain them of their ether. To wit, we must wound her gravely. Okay? So we are basically doing quick travels.
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
Leave these ones to us.
I see to Barbaricia.
It's time. It's time. A trial instead of a dungeon. Okay. 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 Okay, time to do a trial. Okay. 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 Cool. Cool. I like the music so far, but I don't think a lot of these songs I can listen to off screen as much. It's fine. But it's interesting how we're hearing the same music while waiting for the dungeon or trial to appear. Okay. Okay, still waiting here. Okay. Okay.
Come, give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence. Such rich, exquisite ether. My hair shimmers with anticipation. On your guard!
Okay.
Try this! Have at you! Fall!
This song sounds familiar. Probably not a coincidence.
My locks are as the wind. Supple, strong, and free.
Okay.
Try this!
Okay.
You've done well to last this long.
Halfway there.
But the battle has only just begun.
Thanks. What's next?
I'll slaughter you all. Dodge this if you can. I'll make it quick.
So, glad I'm doing this with a party of people. If you don't know, just tag along. You get the hang of things eventually. Avoid those green things.
Don't underestimate me.
Okay. So,
Feel my fury.
is there more to this?
Know your place.
Okay. Patterns are not too bad, but then again, it's just normal difficulty. I can imagine what the higher difficulties
You
are like.
can't escape the storm. I'll break your every bone.
Okay. We're almost done with this dance. And there it is.
No! I will not be denied!
Yeah. It's, yeah. Yeah. Again, like I was saying in chat, I kind of feel bad for these these beings, regardless if they're dead or not. They know what they're doing, just not who they are dealing with. Who they are dealing with. Okay.
There's still time. With more of the dragon's ether, I can yet...
You're finished.
Damn it all!
Memory time. Or not. Nothing.
I see you've bested Barbaricia. Well done.
Her minions too are all crystallized or scattered. The day is ours.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned something about Ashdaya.
Interestingly, nothing this time. Or yet.
So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
So far, no.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless. We have
No.
deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
What's going on? Passed out of ether?
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
She wasn't
I
kidding.
wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
She wasn't kidding about requiring ether.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste. Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
That's how you write stories, Hollywood. It's not a girl boss moment here. Show weakness. Something. Show some weakness. I digress. Okay. In our present state, Zero is easy prey for the Void Scent. We must be on our guard. Zero hasn't so much as stirred. Such power she must have expanded. Though Zero remains unconscious, she appears otherwise fine. Insofar as I can discern, at any rate. Being part Void Scent, her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let us observe her for a while. We can discuss our next move. Seems crystal. Even those part Void Scent require rest, I imagine. And her own abode seems as good a place as any. Like the source, however, there's scant ambient ether for her to draw upon here. Okay. How long do you suppose she'll remain this way? I haven't the faintest inkling, nor can I say whether the ether we can afford to share will be enough to awaken her. It'd be best to take her back to us, bid us to the source. There she'll be guaranteed all she requires. Zero cannot give her consent, but it seems we have no choice. The alternative would be to leave here, defenseless. Should she later desire it, we can bring her home. And might I ask you to hold on to Barbarisha's Memoria? May yet serve a purpose. Oh, what happened to her? You have business with Zero? We have a newcomer, a former minion of Barbarisha. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, the game just froze. The game just hitched for a second. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Sorry. Let her know when she wakes, will you? Barbarisha's minion. Why not go and find this newcomer? So we have something to tell Zero, if nothing else. Indeed. Yeah, trouble to join me? Good luck, we might learn something of Golbez. Okay, we got some time here for our MSQs here, so yeah. At least the storytelling here is making us want to know more. Before this, it was kind of slow. The only problem is, it's kind of difficult to come back here. Okay, you gotta do some backtrack. This appears to be the newcomer. You're the ones who prevailed Barbarisha. I won't make any trouble, I'll obey. So please, let me stay. If you would obey, then tell me all you know of Golbez. There isn't much I can tell. Only the Archfiends are allowed into his domain, wherever it is. None but they know. I see. No better way to guard oneself than keeping one's location secret. How does Golbez communicate with his minions afield? He has these scepters, babes, whatever they are, he uses them to talk to those far away. Not unlike link pearls, at least in function. That'll be all. My thanks for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me the time. I'm satisfied, so let's rejoin the others and head home. Whenever Barbarisha moved her domain, some would get left behind. No such worries here. Nope. I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we're prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, are you ready to depart? Yes. Yes, we're done here. I got nothing else to do here. Back to Troy then, and thence home. And what we have this time. Oh, I love the lighting on my eyeglasses there for a moment.
Ah, you're all safe. Thank the sisters.
A moment while I close the gate.
Just like that. Convenient.
There. We may rest easy for now.
I hope so.
Was there any trouble? I expect some void scent slipped through.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
Nice.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important? You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
And we are glad to receive you, Vashan. Welcome home.
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
Master, we've been expecting you. If you follow me, I will show you to the guest chambers. Yeah.
Our mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely. But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned 12 times over, I would consult you on one last matter.
Zero.
Yeah.
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether. Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food. I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine Harnish cuisine more.
Food can certainly be arranged.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part void sent.
Zero said before that Xenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is void sent, rendering it dominant. Thus, we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Fandaniel.
Probably.
Were Zero wholly void sent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
Okay, this is an awkward camera angle. Can it be moved just a little bit to the right? Or is that on purpose? Yeah, that's awkward. That's an awkward camera angle.
Tis no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
If Zero's gonna be a main character or something along with Estinian and Stola and any others, I think she'll be a fine addition. But who knows, because some of these characters just only appear certain times, but I digress. And then you have to wait for the next patch for the next batch of stories to come out as well, I imagine. Or not. Nope, not yet. She seems to be faring better here. Praise be to the sisters. My chamber is much the same as this one. Too opulent for my taste, but at least he has space to train. Okay. A world with light and life. If I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. While the scales function admirably, it'd be prudent to have them inspected for signs of degradation. By all means, I shall do the same for this vessel. And I'll go and meet with the soldiers. Share with them what I've learned fighting Voisin in the 13th. What of you, my friend? Have you any meet plans? Just worried about Zero, that's all. Who doesn't? In that case, may I trouble you with a small task? I wish to have food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Mehrud's Mahane and ask for suitable refreshments? Okay. Excellent. In the meantime, Nidhara shall watch over Zero. He's already en route. Let's each then tend to respective business and recapina manu. Okay. Okay. Welcome to Mirror's Main. Please make yourself comfortable. We got something. What, I guess the satrap has collapsed for hunger? Of course I'd be happy to help. You need only tell me what you desire. Let's be like Michael Jackson. Your most expensive dish, just for good measure. Well, that can certainly be arranged. I fear it'd be too rich for someone coming out of a long slumber. Recommend something gentler in the stomach, like these apples here. They're sweet, juicy, and nutritious. Afterwards, when she gets feels better, she's welcome to sample whatever else she can provide. Just let me know. Okay. Okay.
Light.
Yes.
Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here?
They rescued you.
There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
She's like Rahatia in a way.
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful!
Oh, let's see her reaction to these beings. Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Ah! Ah! What is this? Some sort of fiend?
No.
A fiend? Where is it? Where? But this is no time for jokes. You're in the source, my dear. The world next door. So to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed. I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
You don't know where to go either, so yeah. If she's gonna become a main character with everybody else, I don't think she's a bad addition. I hope she's not gonna get sacrificed or something, like all the other characters in this game. Well, some of the other characters in this game. I digress, though. They're not poison. They're not poison apples.
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
This isn't what you promised. I suppose ether is ether.
Doesn't hurt to try. Hi, Big. It's good to see you again.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow.
It's good to see you again, Big. So, to make a long story short, Big, I've been keeping the show going for the last 3+ years, and this MMO here, you're hearing voice acting right now. You only hear voice acting in the main stories. And I've already put in 1,700 hours into this game. Right now, I'm at the Post-Endwalker part of the story. The Dawn Trail expansion came out last year, Big, which I'm getting closer and closer to finally seeing for the first time. So I'm basically slowly catching up to things. Everything else has been done at this point. So yeah, other than this, there's more Rivals and a couple of handful other games that I've been doing. So yeah, it's good to see you, Big. It's good to see you again as well. I'm still here. Also, for the first time, Big, if you haven't noticed yet or haven't heard, I finally did a reaction video, mostly because it was very personal. Dragon Age. Used to love that franchise, and then BioWare decides to make that new game that broke my heart in a worst way possible. So you can check it out if you want. It's on YouTube or TikTok. So, anyway, let's continue.
That's the way. So, did it taste good?
I don't know.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others.
Yeah, Rainbow Six Siege finally did some updates, Big, but I think they are years behind schedule. Those should have happened sooner, Big. So I don't play it as much, but it's one of the more solid shooters out there I care about right now. And there's a short version and there's a long version, Big, just to save you the time. Anyway.
There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their praise ether. But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die.
She's very depressed. Don't blame her, though.
And I have died, countless times.
Very depressed.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while, you return, together with all your expended life force. The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
Oh, did not know. She's one of my favorite characters, and that was introduced in Walker. Always a researcher, not afraid to do something, not afraid to research something at the unknown. Oh, I love it. No, I'm glad the story does get better. Anyway, I digress.
The question of taste aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent, and for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, 'tis that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake. You managed to return in one piece this time. But don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
The same thing other people told us of Ultima Thule and Garlemald. It reminds me of that Mass Effect line. We never would make it to Ilos. You'll never make it to Ilos. We'll take our chances.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation. Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzet Han.
Again, a stranger in this strange land. I have a condition. You must come too.
You have my thanks.
Nidhana being the first person to see her awake with that comic relief moment. For once, it's nice. You know what's gonna happen, but hey, it's nice to see. This world is brimming with ether. I feel invigorated just standing here in the breeze. Glad I am to hear that. So, is there any particular place you wish to see? Perhaps where that food came from. Apple, was it? Well, I don't expect I'll collapse again. It would be good to know where I can procure more if necessary. Mary's Mayhem it is. I shall introduce you to the head waitress, Milio. Okay. Hey, we get to have a little slice of life moment, you know. Nope, I don't mind this at all. This is the place? The air is different here, and I speak not of the heat. There's a texture to it, a fullness, unlike that of elsewhere. You smell the cooking, I believe. Hunnish cuisine is quite fragrant and delicious. I hope you will agree. The same waitress again. Welcome to Mary's Mayhem. Greetings, Milel. And may I introduce you to Zero. She is an esteemed guest, and I ask that you see to her meals during your stay. Ah, yes, Mary has told me all. Please come to us whenever you're hungry. We'll look after you. So it's here that Inyo obtained the apple. While the palace cooks can prepare whatever you desire, it's certainly a quick and convenient food. I remember it. Who are the ones there, moving their bodies about? Is it for some ritual related to eating? The dancers? They move their bodies to bring pleasure to those who are watching. It's a form of entertainment, part of our culture. How needlessly complicated. We voice prefer simpler pleasures. That may be the way of it now, but your world too must have had such complicated diversions once. I don't remember. Well, let us move on. I propose to visit Balzan Bazaar, where goods where the world may be found. Okay. Yeah, she has a very depressing life, especially when there's darkness everywhere. I hope she actually survives and not just a temporary character, you know. Because it's just, you know, disappointing if it's just for this Post-Endwalker story, but we'll see. What are all these things for? What do you do here? This is a marketplace where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, Rezathan has served as a trading hub, and here you'll find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. I should mention that the vendors generally only accept payment in coin or tombstones. If there is all you desire, I shall take care of it. So that's what tombstones are for. Boys say return with them on occasion, but I never knew their purpose. They struck me as useless trinkets, and I couldn't understand your obsession with them. On that subject, there appear to be no shops in the 13th. Do you never make bargains in which possessions are exchanged? They do, but rarely. Start bargains when we want something done. If there's an object, we kill whoever has it. I see. Your bargains may be likened to employment, I believe. I shall bear this in mind. With that, let's continue on. I propose we head to the High Crucible of Alchemia. Okay. At least the game is giving us, you know, some breathing space. Honestly, I wish there were more voiceovers. But that's just my selfish mind, you know, talking. Why, Master Vitra, how may we serve you this morning? Be here for your vessel, I'm afraid we're still tending to it. Oh no, there's no rush. Pray take as much time as you require. And you know that I have complete faith in your work. Thy crucible is home to the finest alchemists. They are the ones who create my bodies. They can provide you with healing as well. Now that I think on it, you aren't all surprised when I changed forms. Were you aware of my nature from the start, that I was a soul occupying a vessel of my own? It's hardly uncommon in our world. When given the chance, many shed their bodies to claim stronger ones. Ooh, you must be the rumored guest. I've been most eager to meet you. In a moment, would you care to stay for some tea? The sisters know we'd love to hear your tales. No, I've had enough food for now. Could always attend more without the need for inane chatter. Now, no need to decline outright. Alright, Daisy, you are tired, so let us save it for another time. Return to Medusa. But catches your eye when you root, do not hesitate to say so. Okay. Okay, this is Rubidite fibers, okay. 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 Do we get voiceovers here? Or no? Some sort of fruit? Pitiful things, though. I imagine you need to eat a lot to derive any satisfaction. These are mulberry trees. While the fruits are indeed edible, more important are the leaves, which we feed to silkworms. Without the creatures, we wouldn't have the silk to make our famous Devnir and weave. Furthermore, the bark of the tree also possesses medicinal properties. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more useful plant. Is that so? Aside from food, I wouldn't have considered any other purpose for it. Savitra, I need that too. If it isn't young Mirad, then that must be your sister Yajra. Is all well at the orphanage? Yes, Your Excellency. The other children are very nice, and they all look out for one another. Ooh, just the other day, Stinian came to see us. Everyone's really excited. Truly, Estinian paid you a visit? That is well. Is she a new friend? Friend? You know what that is? What? You mean you don't? She's a visitor from a faraway land, you see, and still unfamiliar with our language. He'll teach you. A friend is someone you like to play with. Play with? Zeno seemed to be enjoying himself when he fought you. Is that the same thing? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'm no closer to understanding it. Why traverse the great expanse? Why he risked life and limb for you? But I waste energy dwelling on such things. I'm not Xenos. Stand to gain nothing by knowing his heart. I'm sorry I couldn't explain it well. There's no need to apologize. The fault is not yours, but mine for failing to make sense of your words. Well, I better get back to our errand. Goodbye. It's nice meeting you. Is she gonna show emotion eventually? What is a friend? It's a seemingly simple question, but the answer is anything but. Only a child, innocent and pure, could reply with a nary a moment's hesitation. Through Xenos, I thought I understood the ways of your world. The more I learn of it, the more I realize how little I actually know. It's all so strange. Your behavior and your reasons. I find myself baffled at every turn. But the feeling is not unwelcome. I'm learning, bit by bit. It was the right decision to join you. Is that a permanent thing or is it just a Post-Endwalker thing? Because that would be very disappointing. But I digress. Buried memory. We got time for one more. Buried memory. I believe Zero's time here has been rewarding, and 'twas in no small part due to your company. My thanks for agreeing to join us. Come, let's return to Megaduta. This will be my last quest for today. Oh, I can't wait to do this again. Oh. If Zero is going to be a permanent addition to the main story cast, or I mean scenario cast like Istola and the others, it'll be nice. Or it's gonna be temporary, like all the other ones I've seen so far. That'll be very disappointing if that's the case. Please don't spoil me. Okay. I mean, after all these expansions, we do see some new characters, but they don't have as much screen time. Compared to the ones who are closest to us. Okay, let's continue on.
So, what are your impressions of Radzatan?
There's a lot of mortals.
Yes.
Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation. Though they would call each other people, I think. If you wish to know about our fair city, I should be glad to place a guide at your disposal.
No need. I'll show myself around. There's only so much about my home I can share with you in return, after all. While I remember some few tales of the past, I cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
We are all ears. Please.
Long ago, light filled the world and all was at peace. But then the servants of darkness came, and they bequeathed a black art unto men. Channeling the power of hope and prayer, one could call forth fearsome beings known as Eidolons.
The Ascians. And these Eidolons are surely primals.
Then you have faced the same, and understand that when an Eidolon is birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first to suffer. When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared. They who were blessed with a singular power, the power to bind the ether of Eidolons within crystals known as Memoria. My mother was one such Memoriate, but in fighting to save many, she herself was touched by darkness, as was I.
And so you were born part Voidsent, before the world was overcome.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass? Did the Memoriates not triumph?
They did. They expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves seduced by the darkness they had sealed.
Painful.
They spread the taint, transforming men into monsters, what you call Voidsent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
Just like the Garlemald Civil War. Sort of.
Not the first to be corrupted by power, nor the last.
Some defied temptation and held fast to the light. For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent, our bulwarks broken, so too was the world.
The flood of darkness.
The stars faded from the heavens as a pall black as pitch enveloped creation. Darkness raged unchecked, rending the very walls of reality. I was cast into the rift, and there trapped for what felt like an eternity.
Very depressing.
Until I came upon a crack. Tiny, infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through. And find my world changed beyond recognition. Into the lightless waste you saw.
So that is how you were able to escape becoming a void scent in full.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. Were I like most others, I wouldn't have lasted a day before being devoured.
I believe that's the first time Zero has smiled, at least in front of us. Wow. I was wondering when Zero was gonna show some emotion, like, you know, smiling, stuff like that, instead of, you know, just being stoic most of the time. Hey, but that's nice to see that there's at least some humanity there. I digress.
We, the lost, are better equipped to survive in a lost world.
How she survived there for that long? Yeah.
A lost world, you say? I wouldn't be so sure. The 13th is still there, is it not?
What are you getting at?
Oh.
To explain requires that we initiate you into the truth of the source and its reflections. Be warned that this will take a while.
He still is a scholar. Oh. And after a long explanation, yeah.
Then, unlike the worlds that have been rejoined, mine still...
The Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely overcome. So the situation may not be completely identical to that of your 13th. But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of balance to a world brought to the brink of destruction. After which, some intrepid young souls succeeded in restoring life back to lands thought lost to light. Which gives me cause to hope the day may yet come when life springs forth anew in the 13th. Of course, these are only possibilities. I offer no guarantees. But having experienced what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would you say these things? As if you mean to... But the sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more. But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a habit of not leaving well enough alone. And old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
Restoring the light would serve our efforts to find and free Ashdaya. There is no reason not to try.
Do as you will. I have no desire to save that world.
Be that as it may, we will have need of your power when next we face Void Scent.
You know how it works. If you want my help, you must pay my price. And now that you've drawn Golbez's attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more.
We've dealt with the final days. And countless others. I'm pretty sure we can pay the price. We've also had some sacrifices along the way, which unfortunately we had to do. But it's gonna get done.
I will consider this a deposit.
Is that Zero making a joke or just being cute? Or, you know, just being showing a spark of character that just, you know, you just can't help but smile, that sort of a thing. It's nice to have character moments like this every once in a while. It is, even if it's not all the time. Though our time in the void was short, we managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives. And it cannot be overstated how fortunate we are to have met Zero. Very fortunate. I'm surprised that character that we saw a long time ago is back. Yeah. But the greater blessing is nevertheless you, my friend, for your encouragement to embark upon my search anew, and your help in overcoming the challenges thus far. Golbez and his minions will seek to stymie our efforts. Of this we can be sure. But with you all at my side, I have confidence that we will succeed. That we will find and liberate my sister. And then we shall return home together. Meanwhile, elsewhere... Okay.
First Scarmiglione, and now Barbaricia. Useless, the both of them.
'Twas no lie. They conspire with a memorial.
And their search for the dragon will lead them here.
As if they read our minds.
The war looms nigh. We cannot allow these interlopers to interfere.
Too bad.
If I may, my lord, I have a plan to eliminate them.
Enlighten us.
In order to guarantee its success, however, I will require Cagnazzo's cooperation. Now there's sport to be had, then I'll play along. As much as I dislike following your lead, I have no patience for screaming.
I love the delivery of that line. Dislike following your lead. I can't recall hearing that in other media, or maybe I just don't know about it. But that was a good delivery.
Well and good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
Rest assured, I will see the dream to fruition. Even should I be consumed by my own flames, I will pave the way for one and all.
Then I will trust in your oath and your plan.
We will give you cause to rejoice, my lord. This I vow. Ha! Some excitement for a change.
And now it's pretty dark, to say the least.
No sacrifice is too great. Even should my 4 archfiends be lost, I will not halt my steps. The prison of passivity is an obstacle to my cause, and so you must fall. What irony that the blessed damned should set us free. As I swore so long ago. The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled!
I mean, after the final days, I mean, it cannot get any more worse than that. Again, I digress. Once more unto the void. Yeah, the next time we do the story for this game, we have to start early because we're probably gonna go through the dungeons and stuff like that. Who knows? But anyway, I'm done. And just like clockwork, managed to make enough progress today on the story. Finally. Had I started an hour more earlier, I think we could have gone past this point a little bit more. But this is not a bad ending. Maybe this character will be a permanent addition, but oh boy. I will see that coming if it's not permanent. Like, oh, here we go again. It'd be nice to have a new character for once join the main cast, besides the new expansion coming up. But I digress. Anyway, it's good to have made it this far. So, see you guys next time. Soon. I'll try to dress up a suit and tie soon too. Maybe we can do a bonus session of this game. Who knows? I'll have to think on it. Thank you.